Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the third and last day of the Atlantic Black Sea Security Forum for what I hope, I actually know it's going to be a day of very, very interesting debates. We are going to start the day very, very soon with a very interesting panel, but of course not before hearing from a very special guest, somebody who is has been very close to both the Aspen Institute and the German Marshall Fund in organizing not only this edition of the forum, but previous editions as well. Somebody who is very close to the think tank community, who is very interested in what we have to say, whenever we have to say it, but at the same time, somebody who knows a lot about the military, who has a lot of military experience, and who is very, very well regarded on this front as well, to put it this way. It is my pleasure to introduce today, for the keynote speech, the Minister of Defense of Romania, Mr. Nicolae Ciucă. Welcome, thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Madam Vice Prime Minister, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, it's an honor for me to be part of this endeavor of Aspen Institute. I was seeing, using my picture where I am smiling. I am doing all my best to smile always, but I didn't succeed to. So we are not always happy. But today I'm happy because I have this opportunity to be here with you and to share with you some of our thoughts. Again, I would like to commend this forum for its successful debate. As the Vice Prime Minister mentioned, this is the third day, so you have a very fruitful and successful debate under the patronage of Aspen Institute Romania, of course in the partnership with the German Marshall Fund of United States Bucharest Office. And I would like to mention that amid the pandemic, when we were interacting virtually and everybody was getting used to interact virtually, this is an important event because we have this opportunity to take part in person, and I think this is also relevant to have discussions and debates outbox from the formal discussions, if they can be formal within the forum. I would like also to thank you for choosing our building. The Ministry of Defense is, I can say, wholeheartedly supporting this being this could be considered as a partner for Aspen Institute. So thank you very much for that as well. What I would like to do this morning is speak to you about security and resilience, and on one hand, I would like to underline that this is something that we are hearing almost every day. All the officials, the governmental or non-governmental organizations are having on the agenda, on the top priorities, this issue, security and resilience. So I think it's very important to discuss, but I am also looking forward to do something in regard to really put in practice, to create in reality this instrumentation for security and resilience. The recent B9 summit, co-hosted by Romanian and Polish presidents, revealed the concern of the democratic community over the regional security situation and the special interest in rebalancing the state of play, securing the Black Sea and preserving a safe and predictable area. Yesterday, we had virtual NATO defense and foreign affairs ministerial meetings to prepare NATO summit coming up in 2 weeks' time. 30 allies are preparing the alliance for the future towards 2030. Allied ministers debate an ambitious package of proposals under the NATO 2030 process. One of these proposals is the increasing of common funding for the deterrence and defense activities, which will represent a great boost for NATO's ability to defend the eastern flank and will also fill the gaps and shortfalls in our posture. Another proposal is enhancing strategic resilience, which lies really at the heart of NATO's ability to deter and defend. And here, NATO has an essential role to play in helping allies achieve greater resilience across all baseline requirements. But resilience is first and foremost a national responsibility. In this context, Romania's initiative to host a Euro-Atlantic Center of Resilience that was inaugurated 2 days ago will bring an important contribution to NATO and EU efforts in this domain. Together with European Cybersecurity Competence Center, it could provide an innovative nexus in support of our common objectives. National resilience is the backbone of national defense. It relies on 3 pillars: governmental institutions, and here I will add both civilian and military, the private sector, and the civil society. The complex nature of the threats we are facing nowadays requires an integrated approach at national level with respect to enhancing our resilience. As derived from National Defense Strategy and the White Paper of Defense, the Ministry of National Defense contributes to national resilience by consolidating the defense capabilities, ensuring civil-military cooperation, and supporting the national institutions in this endeavor. A resilient state requires the development of national mechanisms of rapid and efficient response and of a solid security culture among its citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, there is an increased awareness that coherence and cohesion are very much needed, as both values are regularly tested through various conventional and unconventional means. Russia's assertive actions constantly challenge the European security and stability architecture with a direct and significant impact also on the security developments in the Black Sea. The geostrategic features of both Southeast Europe and Black Sea region and the developments in the region have fundamental implications for the Euro-Atlantic security. The security and stability of the Southeast Europe is significantly interconnected with that of the Black Sea region. The more security in the Black Sea region means enhanced security and stability for the East European states. In that line, we see Russia's behavior as both comprehensive and coherent within a strategic approach, trying to weaken the stability and intermaritime area bordered by the Baltic, Black Mediterranean, and Adriatic Sea. The specific actions embedded by this strategy are promoted through the build-up military posture in the Black Sea, used also as power projection in Eastern Mediterranean and Southeastern Europe, including Western Balkans. It is obvious that the very objectives are targeting to undermine the NATO regional posture, to censor the regional allied freedom of movement, and to prevent the democratic and stable development, as well as the European and Euro-Atlantic path of our like-minded partners, such as Georgia, Ukraine, and Republic of Moldova, but also Bosnia and Herzegovina. We see a whole range of leverage from hybrid, and here I will mention cyber propaganda, energy supply, to protracted conflicts and even military actions that are of real concern. The recent Russian actions in and around Ukraine and the Black Sea, most of them still ongoing, shows that strengthening of the alliance deterrence and defense posture in the Black Sea region, increased dialogue, cooperation, and practical support to the regional partners, as well as the development of regional cooperation among the regional allies and partners, are of particular importance. This should be part of an integrated Euro-Atlantic approach to promote a unitary and coherent vision and set of actions in support of regional security. A strategy for regional security, including with the participation of partners, is an immediate requirement due to the importance of the Black Sea region for the European and Euro-Atlantic security. Assertiveness and potential for further aggressive actions have significantly increased and imposed a robust, coherent, and articulated response deterrence strategy. Moreover, enhancing resilience and security and defense capacity building should be also pillars of the Euro-Atlantic unitary strand of action in support of regional security. NATO-EU cooperation, coordination and complementarity, have an important potential to be reflected also in support of the regional security. Resilience, countering hybrid actions, including cyber, fake news and propaganda, as well as protracted conflicts approach are among specific areas of attention that NATO-EU cooperation could provide significant added value. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my intervention. Thank you very much.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the very first panel discussion of today. I have to admit that it's really a great pleasure to be back on this stage in person and here in Bucharest. My name is Andrew Robel, and I am the founding partner of Emerging Europe, a London-based intelligence, news, and community platform focused on 23 countries of Central and Eastern Europe. And I have a pleasure of chairing this session with distinguished guests from various countries, from Ukraine, Romania, and Georgia, and North Macedonia. Three of our speakers are joining us today virtually. So the panel discussion will be focused on the Russian assertiveness in Southeast Europe and the Black region, and we're going to look at version 2021. My guests today, my panelists today, are Olha Stefanishina, Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration for Ukraine. Madam Prime Minister.
Hello.
Again, here in the studio in Bucharest, I have the Minister of National Defense of Romania, Mr. Nicolae Ciucă, who you had the pleasure of already meeting earlier today. And joining us from Georgia, we have Lela Cikovani, First Deputy Minister of Defense of Georgia, and Irakli Baraya, Head of Defense and Security Committee at the Parliament in Georgia. And finally, Goran Iliotsky, the Chief of Policy and Planning Department at the Ministry of Defense of the Republic of North Macedonia. So we're looking today at this Russian assertiveness, and you know, if we look at 2021, it's only the 2nd of June now, but it seems that the year has been quite eventful as far as this Russian assertiveness is concerned. And only less than 2 weeks ago, we had an unprecedented situation happening in Belarus, where a plane was downed. We obviously know that there was some Russian backing behind that situation. And I wanted to start this discussion by asking you, what were your first thoughts when you actually found out that this had happened? Because I have to say, I was really shocked. I'll start with Madam Prime Minister Olha.
Hello, colleagues, distinguished guest minister. You know, back in Kiev, unfortunately, such cases do not put any surprise, not to politicians, but also to citizens. What we think is that actually Belarus has already been annexed by Russia. With the hybrid methods, as it was with Crimea in Ukraine, but it is already annexed. And this feeling, you know, there is a very interesting statistics from the Russian Levada Center showing the way how Putin's ratings are rising and down. So back in 2014, the level of support of Putin was exactly at the same level it is now. And the annexation of Crimea and starting military aggression in Russia has significantly put up his ratings. And now, according to this survey of Levada Center, Russian population does not support largely the military rhetorics. And escalation in Ukraine does not put anything to the rating of Putin, but putting Belarus under control will definitely put his ratings on. And we should be clear in our minds, understanding that at least until the elections, which are taking place into the State Duma in autumn this year, these would not be any surprising cases which we may face. And these actions, which could really, let's say, break our shablons like of democratic nations who are pretty biased to considering that the values and the rules of the international order are unbreakable. And this brings us to understanding, as Ukrainians, that what Minister was saying, building resilience in the face of aggressive hybrid threats is really important. And we should not really take this case separated from all the context. And for us, the severe violation of all the rules, and what is important, it's the violation not only of the rules of international-based order is the rules of the aviation security. This is the constitution of aviation. This is something which is simply unbreakable, because all the world remains interconnected by ICAO conventions, and this has never been considered as something which could be subjected to military hybrid threats. So it only shows that Russia and its satellites pays no attention and no support to any of the rules which are based out of the Russian borders.
So basically, in your opinion, no limits apply, basically.
Absolutely.
Minister Nikolai, what was your first thought when you found out about this incident in Belarus?
So, this is an unacceptable action, hijacking an airplane, flying from one EU country to another EU country. That's really unacceptable. So I have the opportunity in less than a week to attend the EU Ministerial of Defense and last night the NATO Ministerials of Defense. So I can share with you that all the participants within those organizations are condemning the Belarusian hijacking airplane. So from my personal opinion, this should not remain without measures, without sanctions, and of course, this is an attack on our principles of life, on our democracy, and very seriously should be identified all the measures to not happen again.
But were you personally surprised? Because Olha just said that, you know, she knows that there are no limits, sort of.
Honestly, in 2021, sorry, I was not expecting and thinking that kind of events could happen.
Let's go to our guests in Georgia and ask them, because they are also, just like Ukraine, quite close to Russia and constantly sort of fighting for the two regions that have been sort of occupied for quite some time. So what was your reaction to this particular event? We can start with the minister or the MP, whoever wants to take the question first. Can you hear us?
Hello, everybody.
Oh.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much for this given opportunity to participate in that very interesting discussion. And first of all, let me just salute the Minister of Defense of Romania and the Vice Prime Minister sitting on your panel, as well as all other participants of the panel discussion. So regarding with the question that you are asking, there is absolutely no surprise for anybody who is dealing with Russia or satellites of Russia, or let me just put it the way of naming it, Kremlin policy and strategy, that the blatant violation of the fundamental norms and principles of international law, this is actually the norm for them. So the incident recently happened, that was one more evidence and one more example how Kremlin is acting or Kremlin satelliting could act. And what it proves to us, to Georgia, who suffers by that expansionist policy of Russia during the decades, experiencing conventional war and ongoing hybrid warfare with Kremlin, we just advocate for strengthening NATO and the EU policies, sharing the values that we all are sharing with each other: democracy, rule of law, and rule-based order. That needs to be enhanced, and stronger we are if we are together. The very much democratic part of the world.
So your take on that is that you weren't basically surprised. It was just like Olha said a moment ago, there are no limits and you are basically sort of ready for anything. But as we heard, Nikolai said that he personally didn't think something like that in 2021 would actually happen. So was your reaction similar, or you would think, there's no surprise at all?
Are you asking me or asking others?
You, yes, please, yes.
Yes, if that fact itself, hard to predict, and I would say that surprise wasn't there. However, not really in actions and not really applied tools and mechanisms by Russia. This is the continued, very much logical actions, activities done by Kremlin, and they could go even further. So that's what we are just telling to everybody and gathering partners and friends of ours around us. We, Georgia, Ukraine, and many others who are sharing the democratic values and sharing the fundamental norms of international order and the law within NATO and the EU, that Russia is an imminent threat. Russia does, and will do everything possible to expand their influence and to win over the situation.
Thank you very much for that. Let me continue speaking with our guests in Georgia. So, Irakli, what's your take on that?
First of all, let me thank the organizers for providing me an opportunity to participate in this event and greet all the distinguished panelists. Of course, I couldn't agree more with the panelists with regards to this particular issue. Actually, frankly speaking, this was an alarming step that was made, which we all witnessed, unfortunately. However, as to speaking about the surprise, it was no surprise, because we have been experiencing large-scale activities from the Russian occupying power with regards to the citizens of Georgia. We witnessed constant pressure on them, breach of their fundamental rights, and for us, similar actions cause no surprise. It was just a novelty in that part, because it seems that there are adhering and introducing new ways to carry out their objectives. And of course, I absolutely agree with the participants that things have to be implemented in a proper manner to prevent this kind of accidents and actions from happening in the future. And those that have committed this, of course, should also face respective responsibilities.
Thank you very much. Goran, I'll finish this round of questions with you. What was it like from your perspective and from North Macedonia's perspective as being one of the sort of newest members of NATO as well?
Thank you, Hector. Respective excellencies, I would like in the beginning to thank for this great opportunity, especially to discuss on this panel, and of course about this topic, which we also think it's very important topic when there are some of our allies who have raised it constantly, these activities which are done by the Russia. So it's very important. First of all, about the behavior, I would like to state that for us, it's actually increasing the understanding that this, what our allies have been always talking about the behavior of the Russia, about the behavior of they are not respecting the rule-based order. But also, it was quite interesting to see that actually there are some authoritarian government, for example, the Belarus, which now had stated that they are actually the satellites who are also willing openly to to fight or not to rule the rule-based order actually to European countries, the flight of 2 European countries, and then to be hijacked and then to be put it on the ground. Of course, I would like to state it here that this event actually it's an event which is, if we are looking from the time perspective, it's an event which have happened previously, which is happening, for example, 2014, 2008 in Georgia. So basically, from this one, we can state that especially in this moment, that Russia is actually increasing the destabilization actions in the region, especially in this region.
Thank you very much. So this morning, before we started this panel discussion, the minister gave his introductory remarks, and you were talking about building this resilience here. But we're facing a situation where we need to be ready for something completely unexpected, because we were all kind of surprised by the fact that a plane was hijacked, literally, on the way from Greece to Lithuania. So how can we actually prepare for the unexpected, and what is there to come still? What can happen, in fact, with or in our relations with Russia, and what should we be prepared for?
That's a very hard question, and if I'll have this answer, I don't know. To be prepared for unexpected, it's not easy. That's why, as I mentioned in my introductory speech, everybody during all the events, governmental, non-governmental, formal or not formal, everybody is touching upon this issue, resilience, and being prepared for unexpected.
Yes.
So I don't have an answer. From my perspective, if you are prepared for something, it means that you identify, you expect it to.
Yes.
When something unexpected is happening, it's happening. So I don't know if there is somebody who can envision what might happen. If you can envision and be prepared for that, it means that you have the whole instruments in order to not let that happen. So that's something that I don't have. I'm not that clever to envision how to create that instrumentation. But back to resilience and being prepared for everything that the human mind can predict. It's something that it's on the official agenda, and it has two pillars. One is the national one, the national pillar, which should be the focus of the government, of the all security institutions, but also it should be an issue for non-governmental institutions and also for the citizen itself, because when we speak about resilience, it means that from the citizen to the top of the government of the state, everybody should be aware of and should be prepared to be part of that instrumentation set. So that's on one hand. On the other hand, it's building resilience within an organization like EU, NATO, and that's why I really salute the creation of the Center of Resilience,
Yes.
Euro-Atlantic Center of Resilience here in Bucharest, because that's a very, how can I say, very brave endeavor, because we committed ourselves, we assumed this responsibility to, first of all, to offer the infrastructure and then the human resources. And now we are working with our allies and EU member states to be part of this institution. So this is going to play the role of finding and setting the procedures, the set of rules to find a way to integrate and to complement each other within the alliance in European Union to have a real, to create a real resilience capabilities. So back to your question, this is not easy. This requires a lot of human resources. This required a lot of brainstorm. This requires, many will say, a lot of money. Okay, there is about money, but it's not about the quantity of money, and it's about how you spend this money. So this is my answer to your question.
Thank you very much for that. Olha, what is your take on that preparedness for the unexpected, and what might be the next things that we still don't know, as far as what Russia might come up with is concerned?
Thank you so much. I would mention three major points. Of course, we cannot predict what would be another act of hybrid or military aggression from those partners or not partners outside of the democratic community. So, first of all, I think that it is important to concentrate on developing the policies, as Minister mentioned when he was talking about the NATO 2030 process, building the policies related to the response of the hybrid warfare, on the cybersecurity, disinformation, building stronger institutions, also investing more efforts into the military mobility within NATO, but also work with the partners. So continue with the doubling efforts on those policies development which are subject to the unity among the allies and those partners who are close to the alliance. But this is the easy part. This is which is already been done. This is the response. But then I think that what we know and what we can predict, we all know that Russia has the master plan, and the whole Western partners are subjected to this master plan. They do not play a separate game with this or that capital. All of us, whether we're within EU or NATO, or willing to join these institutions, or willing to be a part of the democratic world, we all are the Western neighbors, Western partners. So the thing we know is that there is a master plan Russia has. And what they know is that there are still a lot of things that divide democratic partners. So I think the best response that could be seen in the very nearest perspectives is showing the strong transatlantic unity over those issues which really does not have this consensus. And this is the issue on Russia itself. And NATO 2030 also a part of this process, and basically European Union at the platform of the Parliament and recently at the Foreign Affairs Council meeting we're discussing the strategy on Russia. And these are the things which really divide. The things which require the unity on the level of pressure and restrictions which could be posed in the cases like we were discussing with the Belarus, because it's not only the case of breaching the rules-based order, it's the case of the human rights. So the plane was put back in the sky and it arrived in Vilnius, but without 5 passengers on board. And we do not know the names of all 5, basically, publicly. So, and these people are subjected to tortures, they're forced to make videos. This is the issue of human rights. So, and it also requires a strong unity to give a strong and immediate response. And then the third issue I would put my attention on is what we know also. But there are some things that we cannot predict, but there are some things that we know for sure, that the nightmare of all the autocracies are the successful countries who are transformed to democracies. And I'm talking now about my country, Georgia, Moldova, and those countries who have self-committed themselves to democratic transformation. And Ukraine is almost 10 years on this way, on this track. And a unity and the understanding that support of the democratic transformations, including by investing the political will to continue with European and Euro-Atlantic paths of our country, is the biggest and the best response we should really focus ourselves on.
Thank you very much for this answer. I'll ask Lela right now to give her ideas of how to get prepared for the unexpected and what potentially the consequences of this act from 2 weeks ago might be going forward.
Thank you. This is really the given opportunity for Ministry of Defense of Georgia, myself, for my colleagues, to give you Georgian perspectives on security challenges within the region, not only South Caucasus, but the Black Sea. While I'm talking about that, just directly and indirectly answer your question, to just give you a picture what we're facing right now in Georgia, around Georgia, within the wider region. And you all are going to agree that we all do witness Kremlin's assertive and expansionist policy directed towards re-establishment of its influence. And today, more than 100,000 Russian troops are concentrated, allocated within the region. And Black Sea region is surrounded by Russian military strongholds. The bases are equipped with offensive weaponry and regular military exercises on Georgia's occupied territories, illegally annexed Crimea, eastern Ukraine, Moldova's Transnistrian region. That all creates extremely concerning picture for the region and the whole European security. Let me list some recent events. War in Nagorno-Karabakh, which further reshuffled the power of balance in the region in Russia's favor, and increased military activities in the eastern Ukraine create even more alarming setting, not only for the wider region, but the entire Euro-Atlantic community. If we're just going to the past, conventional war, 2008, Georgia, Russia, annexation of Crimea, hybrid, ongoing, borderization in Georgia, ongoing, the violation of human rights in occupied territories of Georgia, 20% of occupied territories, ongoing. Now we are just facing challenges in Ukraine. We are having this Nagorno-Karabakh war. So the recent development just shows that Kremlin is going to expand the revanchist policy even further. And key words here from our standpoint for international community, to the strategic friends and partners of ours: readiness, resiliency, unity, definitely sharing wider, expanding NATO, open door policy, EU's policy and the strategy, 2030 NATO strategic concept implementation, EU's policy main directives implementation, EU's Eastern Partnership format widening and implementation, and that all, I agree with the Minister of Defense of Romania, needs to be enhanced in two parts, national and international. With regard of national, what Georgia does very much follows NATO's deterrence and defense policy, but works hard by transforming its defense forces on territorial defense of Georgia. We are increasing readiness level of our defense forces. We are making our forces interoperable with NATO and building up resiliency. To sum up, just according all of whatever I mentioned, and you, my dear colleagues, mentioned as well, the unity is strength of ours. Unity in policies, strategies, having around strong partners dedicated to defend the democratic values, and being quite strict with regard of Kremlin's policy and against Kremlin's strategy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Leila, for this summary. Irakli, I'll ask you about this enhanced readiness, which the minister mentioned just a moment ago. What does that translate into specifically? How are you getting ready for these unexpected actions that Russia or the Kremlin might come up with?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I really fully agree with the statements made by the First Deputy Minister. Of course, facing existential threats requires a comprehensive approach, and respectively, defense and deterrence cannot be only left to those in uniform, because sub-threshold activities requires a more comprehensive approach, which Georgia is actively involved in together with its international partners. Georgia is building its defense capabilities in strict conformity with defense and deterrence priorities of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. We are strengthening our security. We are strengthening our security against hybrid threats, such as resilience building against cyber attacks, which Russia has been waging against Georgia, especially for the last several years. We are building our resilience to counter Russian disinformation and strengthen strategic communications. And this is a comprehensive and large-scale activities which we implement together with our partners. However, it should be very clear that Russian activities in the region are very alarming. Their dynamics and evolving over time demonstrate that Russia has become more assertive, more aggressive, and more dangerous. And regardless of the responses from the international community so far, it has not altered its behavior. And continuity with the Soviet era and even earlier periods of Russian history is a hallmark of present Russian policy, and core components of the current Russian toolkit unfortunately have withstood test of time, and there's every indication that Moscow will continue to rely on them even in the Putin era, because it believes it can operate, with nearly absolute impunity. And the Kremlin has established a continuum between and among the military and non-military means to conduct the unified campaigns. It considers hybrid war as a whole of the government activity up to and including the use of conventional military forces. And the Russian toolkit of hybrid means is different for each country because they represent diverse theaters of operation for the Russian regime, and different tools are therefore deployed to different degrees to obtain different results. And closer the country is to Russia, the more exposed it becomes in terms of diversity and impact of hybrid tools employed against it. And since regaining independence, Georgia has experienced full scale of Russian conventional and hybrid warfare, ranging from the military aggression to sub-threshold activities such as de facto annexation steps, ongoing borderization, cyber attack, disinformation campaigns, economic pressure, and our country is responding to those existential threats with resolve and with particular targeted steps in the military and in other domains. However, it should be emphasized that small country like Georgia in this part of the world, with large-scale Russian military presence in its two occupied regions, which at the same time is subjected to full spectrum of hybrid threats, cannot tackle threats emanating from Russia alone. The burden of frontliners like Georgia and the Ukraine is the hardest, and respectively, stronger support is required. Countering Russian aggression and malign influence in the region requires a common and unified approach, clear and comprehensive Western strategy. The various and sometimes divergent interests of the countries in the region has made it difficult so far to frame the one. And the respectively impediments also have included lack of common threat perception among Black Sea states, similar to those that Baltic and other Northern European states share, unlike certain Black Sea states. And also, even as there is EU and NATO broad acceptance of the looming Russian threats, in Northern Europe, relatively less attention in comparison has been devoted to Black Sea security. And lack of coherent strategy also, I think, stems from the divergent views among European nations about whether the Black Sea region is an integral part of Europe or it is just in the neighborhood. And it is critically important that European governments, NATO allies view Black Sea region as integral part of Europe and support policies that promote prosperity, that promote security, and stronger efforts to help regional states resist Russian aggression. And those states, I mean the allies and the EU member states, should stop fearing the risks of provoking further Russian aggression and should realize that ceding to Russia encourages further aggression and meddling not only in partner states, but in the allies' affairs as well, negatively affecting Euro-Atlantic security. And I would briefly name certain steps which, in our judgment, is of the utmost importance to reach a effective results. All NATO members should understand that keeping Georgia in limbo undermines the alliance's credibility and reinforces Russian narrative that West does not need Georgia, West does not need Ukraine. And short of a sea of change in Russian thinking, Moscow will continue to view NATO as a threat, regardless of who sits in Kremlin. Respectively, invitation of Georgia to join NATO, invitation of Ukraine within reasonable timeframes is highly important. Georgia, as the most advanced NATO aspirant nation and enhanced opportunities partner, has proven throughout the years that it fully shares Euro-Atlantic values, that Georgia is not only willing, but also able to further the principles of the Washington Treaty. And importantly, Georgia has significant and even more experience to contributing to Euro-Atlantic security than certain allies. And Secretary General has stated a number of times that partnership with Georgia makes us all safe and secure, and respectively for the future NATO to be stronger politically, to be stronger militarily, and to be more global. Having Georgia as an ally is critically important. Further, a stronger consolidation of the international community is crucially important to exert pressure on the Russian Federation to fulfill 6-point ceasefire agreement and to force it to withdraw from Georgia. We signed the agreement with the EU mediation, and there must be a stronger EU engagement in the process. The international community shall not only be clear, but also credible in demonstrating to Russia that forcibly redrawing borders in Europe and undermining rules-based international order will have consequences. And the allies and EU members have also to redouble the efforts to assist countries in the region to counter diverse hybrid threats ranging from information and cyber to economic and clandestine character, including capacity building to strengthen strategic communications and to counter false Russian narratives. And it is equally important to expand intelligence sharing through bilateral mechanisms, such as in partnership with different countries, also with NATO's new Joint Intelligence Security Division, and to have a common response to threats in this part of the world. And West shall more actively engage in economic development of the region, because a strong economy is critical to building stability in the Black Sea region. That's very important, and more has to be done to strengthen connectivity of this part of the world and to fully exploit the transport and economic potential of the Black Sea. But for that purpose, also a more robust conventional deterrent posture is needed beyond the NATO, I would say, tailored forward presence, which could include expanded United States and non-littoral NATO naval presence and exercises, and also achieving sea denial so that Russia Black Sea Fleet is unable to enjoy complete freedom of navigation and maneuver is also feasible. And we, of course, as everyone knows, highly welcome the increased presence of the allies in this part of the world, in the region, on the Black Sea, on the land, in air, and on in the maritime domain. And of course, last but not least, continued security assistance to strengthen the Black Sea states' resilience and self-defense capabilities, backed by the allied cohesion, which could temper and prevent further Russian aggression and could hold Russia liable for all the activities it has implemented so far.
Thank you very much for this statement. I hear that there were quite a few different points, but some of them were related to what the minister said earlier, which is doing things on the national and also on the sort of international level, but also further enlargement, and that is something that I wanted to circle back to, and I will after I ask Goran to comment on what he just heard before and share his take with on that with us.
Thank you, Andrew. I would like to ask everybody: can we prepare for everything? Of course, we cannot prepare for everything, and that's obvious. Even as a defense planner and things like that, we cannot defend. But also, I would like, because you have mentioned these unexpected events. Actually, these are the activities. And taking from the perspective of the system perspective, actually for every activity there is a reaction. So basically, when we are going to look at this activity, we need to look on these two particular sides. Of course, in order to not to have the activity, of course, deterrence is the main reason. And then actually, if we are having a quite good deterrence measures in place, actually some of activities will not going to happen. But also, I think most important now, it's about the reaction. And when I speak about the reaction, actually, I'm speaking about what had happened in the previous past years. 2008, 2014, let name it. What are our reaction of that? What are the national or what are the international reaction? And I think that the key issue, the key answer lies over there. What are the reaction? Do we live with our deeds? Do we live with what we are saying? Are we capable of what we are saying? So basically now with inaction, if I may say that, actually we are showing that kind of a behavior, which are unexpected behavior, it's actually acceptable, and then actually we are giving a boost that the next time a new unacceptable event is going to happen. And I can bet here in this audience that this can happen maybe in the near future about that. But now the complexity actually comes not we as allies, especially in the NATO partners, Article 5 and NATO over there, it's also toward the partners. Until 2 years ago, we are the partner. So now hearing what our friends from Georgia and from Ukraine actually saying, actually, I'm understanding how it is not to be under that umbrella. And that's actually the biggest problem. And what we as allies are giving to our partners. And I think this is actually what the Russia is actually now hitting. I think the Deputy Prime Minister has said actually they are now the focus, our partners, European Union or NATO partners are in focus of the Russia assertiveness. And with that, actually, they wanted to show that your idea of the Western idea, of the rule base, of there is nobody actually who is over there, who is willingness over there, they have the unity over there to understand you what you are, and then actually to help you on what are facing and what are need to do it. So basically, this is my response to the unexpected and noticed situation.
Thank you very much for that. So yes, sure.
May I have a very quintessential point?
Sure.
Because here we were speaking about national responsibility and international responsibility, and I think it's important to remind that Romania has been very much involved in understanding and trying to find the solution for the regional issue. So we have the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Romanian Minister of Foreign Affairs, hosting the trilateral with Poland and with Turkey and Poland, and also we have the B9 format where one of the deliverables at the end of this format was the commitment of all the 9 countries on supporting the partners, the regional partners from the Black Sea. So this is another issue. So we have national, international, meaning EU and NATO, but also we have to look regionally and to find the regional solutions for all those threats and challenges.
Thank you very much for that comment. So I remember a couple of years ago I read the memoir of Donald Tusk, the previous president of the European Council, and this was after one of his visits, the entry, after one of his visits to Georgia, when he said, I feel what the Georgians really want to do, what probably the Ukrainians want to do, but it feels like it's still not the time to, for the further enlargement of, we're talking about the EU, but also NATO. Do you think that, and I'm asking all of you right now, do you think that this further enlargement, not treating Ukraine, Georgia as partners of NATO, but actual members, would not further antagonize Russia? Olha?
I think that,
okay, here there is already a partnership program, which is ongoing. From my point of view, I did not hear anybody saying that the doors of both organizations are closed. So the partnership and the activities within the partnership is very encouraging. So we as at the Ministry of Defense, we are very much working on that. We can see a lot of activities where we are supporting our partners. We are inviting them to take part in all these exercises. We do our best to enhance interoperability and also to enhance the training and military educations. We also have proven the commitment of NATO to support our partnerships. So even yesterday, if we have to consider the message delivered by the Steadfast Defender exercise DVD, was that NATO still united, still powerful, still committed, and ready to react to any threat. So this is my comment on this, this point.
Thank you very much. But we still heard Goran saying that it's, you know, now being for North Macedonia being under the umbrella, using his exact words, feels different than, you know, what it was like before. So wouldn't actually being a member of NATO mean something completely different, Olha?
Thank you for putting this discussion and focusing on that. For our country, indeed, Georgia and Moldova are the most, I would say, one of the most advanced partners of NATO, and indeed Ukrainian armed forces and military forces are very much engaged into nearly all exercises which are open for Ukraine, and whatever the agreement is there. And now, as the Enhanced Opportunities Partners, we launched another set of discussions where more Ukraine can be engaged. And I'm absolutely amazed to confirm that the experience of Ukrainian military, including the cyber forces, cyber police, has been recognized as one of the most important, and it's been recognized that the contribution of Ukrainian military and non-military to the collective defense is really strong from our country, and this partially was the reason why allies found the consensus of having the Ukraine among Enhanced Opportunities Partners. It's important to understand how things work, to face the reality that the last waves of NATO enlargement, all the countries were in the same position as Ukraine and Georgia. There were no consensus. There was a Russian threat. And we had a discussion in the most skeptic capitals like France, like Germany, like some other capitals. And what we heard at each and every stage, whether it was Baltics or Romania or any other country, that there's no readiness, there's no consensus, there are too many challenges, but then by the end of the day, the decisions are taken. And for Ukraine and for Georgia, this decision has already been taken back in 2008 over the Bucharest summit, which were taking place here in this capital. And now, 13 years after this decision has been taken, it's time to see how to materialize that. And our country believes that the particular historical and political moment is right now here, because NATO is in the face of the new 10-year strategy. And the last 10-year strategy in 2010, there were no aggression on Ukrainian territory. There was so little we knew about hybrid threats and the resilience. And now, giving a new strategy of NATO without answering the essential questions, this would not be a strategy from our perspective. The other important thing is that we understand that the enlargement itself is a long-lasting process, but the clarity is what we need right now. The clarity and the unity, as I was saying it in my previous remarks, is what we need right now, and this would be the best response, the strong, unconditional unity to confirm the Ukraine and Georgia membership to NATO, and granting our country's membership action plan is something that would be the best response to autocratic and totalitarian regime. And I absolutely do not agree with the thesis that nothing would happen with our countries and our countries will not become the NATO members until current Russian administration is in place. I think that until the moment when the president of Russian Federation is not in their place, we should stand more prepared. We should go preparing for that already right now. And the last remark is that, of course, we are really sad to know that this year NATO summit is taking place without the partners, but we are really grateful to many of the countries, including Romania, who made sure that Ukrainian voice has been heard, and our expectations are voiced in this regard. And a signal hopefully, on the open door policy and the future concept of open door policy, which will be presented, whether it's ministerial in Riga or any summit. This would be the response partners are looking for. And the answer we want to see in this document is not the membership action plan, but also having the strong argument that Russia still has no vote in NATO.
So a follow-up question here. Do you think that this lack of consensus, as you said earlier, is because because NATO is sort of reflecting on the reaction from Russia after a potential declaration, as you said, or where does that come from?
Particularly this point, but also it's not about Georgia or Ukraine. There is a general enlargement fatigue, let's say, and in many of the capitals and the principal capitals, the elections are upcoming, and it's clear that the enlargement is the issue which should be really heavily discussed, and this discussion was not largely in place so far. So I believe that the open door policy vision, which will be presented soon, would show the unity and the consensus over that. And unfortunately, Ukraine is not part of the bigger profile. Of course, the world is not Ukraine-centric, as we always love to say in our capital. But we believe that particular strong response to our countries, like Ukraine and Georgia, is needed for the whole NATO.
All right, thank you very much. We have the less than 3 minutes right now, so I would like to take a round from all of you and say, or to ask you actually, for this one thing that you believe is the most important, the most crucial one in building this resilience that we've been talking about, building this unity in this particular region, in the region of the Black Sea and Southeast Europe, but it's not only the countries that actually are around the Black Sea, but further. The minister mentioned Bosnia and Herzegovina at some point. Lela mentioned Nagorno-Karabakh at some point, and the Armenian-Azerbaijani war. So, what is the key thing that should be and can be done now to improve this resilience and unity? I'll start with you.
Well, it's an answer would be the following: making NATO and EU more political in practice. This has already been announced, and it is expected not only in Europe. Making EU and NATO political, and making EU and NATO political to take the complicated decisions where the unity is required.
Nicola, Minister. What's your take?
This is a very complex answer. First of all, you should understand your self-relevance, envision your complementary role within the international stage, and then for sure not to build up the resilience for the current situation. In other words, understand what's the current situation, but build up resilience for the medium and long term.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go to Georgia. Lela, what's your take on that? What's your one thing that needs to and can be done right now?
I need to unmute myself. Yeah, thank you. It is very much complex. And I would like to agree with the colleagues of mine, whoever just stated already what needs to be done. From Georgian perspective, I have to make a statement here that as a steadfast aspirant, we are committed to the membership of the alliance, and we are pursuing it with a strategic patience. However, with a strategic patience, we are very much experiencing strategic readiness. And what we would like to advocate, to tell you all, we are very much eager. with the strong support of up to 75% of nation population of Georgia to join NATO. It is existential. It is very much strategic goal and the end state of our country. We do need that because that's a matter of choice. We are choosing democracy over autocracy and
Lela,
dictatorship.
I hate to have to cut you off here, sorry. So I understand that a quick answer would be enlargement, basically.
Definitely.
Thank you very much. And I need to ask Irakli now, a very quick answer from you, please. You need to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. I would say priority number one would be enlargement and inviting Georgia and Ukraine to the NATO, enhancing unity among Western allies, and combining whole array of local and international efforts to adapt creatively and effectively to the security challenges in this part of the world.
Thank you very much for that. That was very brief. And Goran, you're the last but not the least one.
I will be very brief. High on agenda, maintenance or increase the believeness in the Western values and better utilization of the practical support which is given.
Thank you very much for that. And thank you for this discussion. It was really interesting and exciting. I hope some of the takeaways will be taken taken into account on an international level. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody. I'm Samuel Burke. I'm a business and technology correspondent for CNN and its affiliate networks. I want to thank everybody for welcoming me back in. Good news to report, I've had my coronavirus tests and they're all negative, which means I could have been there with you, but better safe than sorry. This conversation is all about Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies, and the security threat we face from them. So I want to bring in our panelists who are right there on stage, starting with Sebastian Konicescu. He's the founder and CEO of Teopath, as well as Mihai Ivashku, who is the CEO of Modex. I want to thank both of you for letting me be there with you virtually. And let's get right to it. I want to start with the headline that's probably the biggest headline that we've seen from Bitcoin in the past weeks, although every day is a barrage of Bitcoin headlines. And this time it was from the governor of the Bank of England. He said that Bitcoin has no intrinsic value and everybody investing in Bitcoin should be prepared to lose their money. Now, interestingly, a lot of defenders of Bitcoin said he's absolutely right. Bitcoin has no intrinsic value, and they turn to the theory of value, which is that people give something, currencies, many commodities, their value. So, Sebastian, I want to start with you. How do you respond to that? And isn't it true of almost anything that any currency doesn't have any intrinsic value? It's the worth that people give to it?
Hi, Sam. You're perfectly right. So, and the governor is also right. But also we have to look at fiat currencies. What gives them the value that we put on them? So it's the government. It used to be backed by gold. How come fiat currencies have value and Bitcoin doesn't? So we have to dig a bit deeper into what makes a currency sound money, and we have to look at divisibility, if it can be used to buy things that are small or big at the same time. And also we have to look at its endurance over time and over space. So if all these three are okay, then we can say sound money are checked. And Bitcoin so far checks all three. So it's a tricky question, and if we decide to put value in a currency, it could as well be Bitcoin.
Mihai, you just heard what Sebastian Kokinescu said, but does cryptocurrency have less intrinsic value than, I don't know, the US dollar or the euro?
Yeah, definitely. For the time being, I could agree with that. I'm a firm believer in the value of certain cryptocurrencies as the governing cryptocurrencies of that ecosystem. We're looking at blockchain as the underlying technology of great ecosystems. And in some ecosystems, those cryptocurrencies have an intrinsic value, but I would not consider that the intrinsic value of those at the global level is really a replacement for the fiat currency.
What do you mean by that, Mihai, that some of the cryptocurrencies have intrinsic value? Drill down on that for me.
Yeah, when you're looking at a network like Ethereum, for example, who has an incentive that gives out an incentive to the ones contributing to its existence, those individuals or those organizations need to be paid to maintain the network and to achieve the decentralization that we all speak about. And in that case, purely the Ethereum cryptocurrency has an intrinsic value. There are some other ones. There are small ecosystems, startups that have developed a strong intrinsic value within that ecosystem, but I don't believe that the global value of those cryptocurrencies available anywhere. We're not there yet, but I'm a strong believer in cryptocurrencies issued by governments. There are, I think, the governor of London National Bank wants to look at that direction. We're a big supporter of that, and we strongly believe that that's the near future. It's actually the present, not the future.
I just want to share a little anecdote. journalism institution that I don't work for recently got in touch with me and said they needed a new cryptocurrency editor. Why did they need a new one? Because the other one had gotten so rich on Bitcoin that he didn't need to work as a cryptocurrency editor anymore. When you look at the amount of statements that were made, Sebastian, about this being a fad, and then you see these types of situations where you see millionaire after millionaire, even billionaire after billionaire, not quite as many, but they're out there. People who don't need to work in their previous fields now. What does that say about cryptocurrency? What does that say about Bitcoin, given that millionaires are being minted, not overnight, but seemingly overnight?
So it's a double question from your side. First of all, I would say that it's a bit worrying for me how concerted the efforts are against Bitcoin this time. So Bitcoin died 40 times before. In less than 10 years, it died 40 times. Now it's like the 40th death of Bitcoin. What's worrying is the concerted effort from media and from a lot of strong voices in this ecosystem against it. And this, when this happens, it's always alarming sound for me as to look into what's going on behind the scenes. Why is it so vocal, this trend against Bitcoin? So this would be one side of answering your question.
Before you get to that second answer, and I want to get to that, I want to stop there for a second,
Sure.
because I was thinking about my role as a journalist. I've never said, oh, cryptocurrency is never going to go anywhere, because I know predictions and journalism don't mix very well. How did the media get it so wrong, though? Because clearly they have. Nobody would have predicted in the media that you would see the value of Bitcoin so high. So why do you think we, the media, got it so wrong?
Well, I think there's always this threat of getting it wrong when it comes to disruptive technologies. If you look at the early 90s TV shows in the US, internet was seen as a fad, and email, they were actually mocking emails compared to snail mail. So it's kind of a common thing or a common theme to be reluctant to new stuff in general, but to new technologies in particular. But then there's this new nuance that this time the voices are more strong than ever. And this tells me that it becomes a threat to some actors.
Meaning that it's a threat to other people's incomes or their own investments?
I would say it's a threat to governments. Actually, I think we are witnessing a change of a tide that lasted for 500 years, and we are at the beginning of a turning point for 500 years starting now. And whenever this happens, it's going to be a bit, let's say, a bad outcome for the status quo of the present powers. So. Maybe that's the reason. I want to get Mihai to
respond to that, but you said you had a second part to your answer, so if
the
you
second
still
part,
remember it, go ahead.
Sure, was related to billionaires or millionaires made out of Bitcoin. I'm not really underlying that or pinpointing to that, because if you are a believer in blockchain technologies, such as I am, then you would say that one Bitcoin is one Bitcoin now, and it would be for the next few hundred years. So it's not relevant how much it's valued into fiat right now. So if you are a strong believer in that underlying technology, then it's pointless to compare it to its fiat value. Then it means you actually value more fiat than crypto, and crypto is just a speculative asset.
Okay, so Mihai, let's take what Sebastian just said there. He said that this is a real threat to governments, which makes perfect sense. Governments control currency. It allows them to control fiscal policy. It allows them to look at all types of things, from taxes to tax evasion. So just how serious a threat is Bitcoin and the other cryptocurrencies to governments?
Look, we're in front of the biggest movement of capital in the history of mankind. Capital is moving from the banking system, from the normal stock market and all the derivatives that we know, to a new asset class. And it's the biggest and the most aggressive movement that we've seen so far. I think people have a big appetite for risk. It's a lot of risk involved when they're looking at cryptocurrencies. And in terms of the threat for potential for governments, I agree with that. I've seen this industry from day one. We've issued also regulated cryptocurrency. We work with local governments. We work with the GFCA. And we spend a lot of time with regulators and lawyers trying to find a framework for that. And I think, you know, if a framework, a regulatory framework would have been launched in the market, we wouldn't have had all of these situations that are now affecting the cryptocurrency market. So I'm fully for a regulated environment. Regulated does not mean very restricted. It's a constructive type of restriction and compliance that allows governments to cash in their taxes and allows governments to maintain a control over capital movements. Because in one day or in 1 hour, you can look at billions moving from a local economy to a different economy. And with that risk over there, I think it's a systemic risk if the cryptocurrencies will grow without proper oversight and regulatory framework.
But Mihai, true or false, if I want to make a big earning on Bitcoin, a killing on Bitcoin, a profit on Bitcoin, and not pay tax on it, it would be much easier to do that than if I were trying to avoid or evade taxes on US dollar currency in a more standard way. True or false?
I think false, because if you try to use the Bitcoin that you have, you need to exchange it into fiat currency. And the moment you exchange it, that's taxable. While if you keep the same amount, $36,000 in cash in your home, that's quite hard to track, and that's quite hard to tax for the government. So, I mean, I don't see it as a big threat. The governments already know all the movements. Everything is very clear. Regulatory framework has been around cryptocurrency holdings for years already. There's an income tax, there's a profit tax that you need to pay. And I think it's quite simple to track it down. The hardest problem is still with the cash.
But if I'm buying goods or services or whatever in Bitcoin and I don't have to transfer it into dollars, euros, etc., then isn't that the problem that I was addressing? That if everything's in Bitcoin, won't it be much easier to avoid taxes, launder money, etc.?
I fully agree with you. In that case, in that specific case, you know, that's a clear situation where none of those parties are declaring, and that's a clear case for tax evasion, definitely.
Sebastian, isn't that what the major threat is here? That if places, and increasingly many places are accepting Bitcoin, then there's a real chance, a real probability maybe, that people will be able to avoid taxes, evade taxes much easier than before.
We get again to the underlying philosophy. Some people may argue that taxation is theft. Some other people argue that taxation is actually something good, and it's something that keeps our society together. So it depends on which side are you. So I would try to be in the middle and to answer that the biggest threat of cryptocurrencies is not to avoid taxes. In the end, you can't avoid death and taxes, right? But the biggest threat is to the geopolitical stability of countries. So that's the biggest threat that comes with cryptocurrencies towards our nations and our current state. Instead of just seeing it as a way to launder money, as you said, because it's actually a bit difficult to launder money these days using cryptocurrencies. It's a lot easier to use cash. And if you look at the numbers, a lot more illicit activities go on through cash and through regular banking systems. Just look at the latest scandals involving huge banks that were used for laundering money. And compare it to what's going on the dark web, and you're going to see a huge discrepancy in numbers, just in sheer numbers. So I think...
But I just want to drill down on one thing you said there. You said that it's a bigger threat, Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies, to geopolitics than it is to taxation?
Yes.
Okay. Elaborate.
Well, you have to see it. I'm just guessing here, like anyone else, but you have to look at to connect the dots, right? So there's Iran. So in Iran, the Bitcoin mining was banned, and then there's China. In China, the financial institutions were banned from using cryptocurrencies or for Bitcoin in particular. And then you have Turkey, where they banned the usage of cryptocurrencies. So there are these three sides of the same coin, if there's a coin with three sides, where you see states and state powers trying to limit cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin in particular. Why is that? You have to wonder, why is that? And also you have to wonder, why is Russia actually embracing cryptocurrencies so open wide? So you just have to connect the dots and wonder, and I wouldn't want to speculate more. I just want to see and to see what's out there and to perceive it as a threat before it happens.
Okay, but if it is a threat, Sebastian, which clearly you're saying it is, what do we do then?
We have two options, as usual, to embrace it or to fight it. And it comes back to the previous answer that I gave you about the concerted effort against Bitcoin. So we see this wave against Bitcoin, and we see an embracing the technology. We do that as a company, as a private company. We embrace the technology, and there are some states in the United States where there's a good regulation in place already for Bitcoin-friendly and crypto-friendly. And just as a side note, in the European Union, there's a legislation more than 500 pages long regulating cryptocurrencies, and we just received it in Romania. I was a part of a team that was consulted by the Romanian government on this. So there are some steps to work together and to embrace the change and the technological disruption, but we can also fight it, as I mentioned Iran earlier. So you can pick one.
Okay, I want to just go through, Mihai, a list of headlines here. U.S. Department of Justice reveals growing Bitcoin and crypto national security threat. Bitcoin is a threat to national security. Bitcoin is a grave threat to American national security. I mean, these are some of the most respected institutions and officials in the United States talking about this threat. I think you even said that you want to talk about here the growing list of ransomware, of theft, of blackmail with Bitcoin. So looking at those headlines, how can we not see this as a security threat? I'm sure you'll say that we should see it in some ways as a security threat. But how does a government embrace Bitcoin then when you see all these types of headlines?
Yeah, I think local governments should spend more time in developing tools of capturing all that informational value that it's in those blockchains. So if you use it right, you can actually get a lot of intel and you can actually stop a lot of things. On the other hand, there are a lot of threats that are being facilitated by the blockchain network and blockchain networks, and I'm not talking just about Bitcoin, I'm talking about some anonymous infrastructures like Monero or some other ones used by cyber terrorists to obtain funds in the case of ransomware. But we spent a lot of time in this space. We've seen what are the pluses and the minuses. Monitoring of the wallets is one of the most important things that has to be done. And, you know, I've seen a lot of reluctancy from a lot of governments who just don't spend enough time on this matter. They treat it as a side tech thing until it becomes a problem. So I think we should have, at every local government, we should have a task force for cybersecurity, because this becomes an alternative way of moving value around the world. And it becomes a way to facilitate or to sponsor different illicit activities. So on one hand, I see the bad comments around blockchain and crypto, but on the other hand, I don't see enough activities, even from the SEC or the IRS, purely on the monitoring on the taxes. I know the FBI is doing an incredible job in monitoring all of that. We've been in some task forces and discussed about that, and they are on top of all the wallets that are out there in the internet. There are a lot of other agencies that have full visibility on the wallets, and actually they are embracing that type of network because they can get intel about potential adversaries that are using it without being noticed. They think they're not. But actually this becomes a way to monitor. But I think governments should spend more time and energy in building task forces, like real ones, and working with the public sector and private companies that have developed a lot of IP around monitoring, around and around this new technology, which cannot be stopped at this point.
You sound a little bit like Mark Zuckerberg, Mihai. I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult to you, but clearly you're somebody who's doing very well with Bitcoin, let's be honest. And so, of course, we hear this from a lot of companies. When somebody's doing very well, when there's a reason to keep the profit going, it's, okay, so the government should get on board. And I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm not disagreeing with you in any way. But sometimes we don't realize, or we're indifferent to the consequences of all of the actions that are going on because we're doing so well ourselves. I don't think Bitcoin's going away. I don't think anything you said is wrong. But could it be because so many people are profiting and doing so well that we're blindsided by that and we don't realize the consequences of it? I'm using the Mark Zuckerberg example because I remember when Donald Trump won and Mark Zuckerberg laughed at the idea that Facebook could have influenced the election. And then that became an incontrovertible truth that, of course, Facebook had influenced the election. Whether it had swayed the election one or another is a different discussion. But is it possible that what's coming down the line is really, has the potential to be very bad, to be very negative, and that some of us are excited by the technology and loving the profit, Mihai?
Yeah, look, we're spending a lot of time developing the underlying technologies. We are not pro-crypto within our company or within the organizations that we collaborate with. I mean, we're not really supportive of this investment tool, not at all. We're using the blockchain technology as a core infrastructure for the enterprise projects that we're developing. We have strong partnerships with some of the biggest organizations around the world. And we implement blockchain at the enterprise level to achieve data integrity, data immutability. And I would like to spend some more time discussing about the real value of blockchain in an organization, not just about crypto.
Let's get into that. Sebastian, I will get to you. I won't keep you on mute the whole time. I'll get right back to you. But Mihai, I think this is actually something that the media and a lot of the conventional wisdom actually got right from the get-go. There are a lot of people who told me, if Bitcoin comes and goes, may or may not happen, but blockchain is here to stay, and so many people have looked at the intrinsic value of blockchain as a way to reform so many things, from government services to all different types of industries. So let's put Bitcoin on pause for a second. We'll get back to Sebastian in the security part. And Sebastian, you can interrupt whenever you like. I don't mind interruption on panels. So Mihai, for someone in the audience who doesn't realize, and I've seen it firsthand, so please go for it because I've seen it, I know it, what the value in terms of security, in terms of improving society is for blockchain. Explain it as though my grandma were right here listening, who doesn't understand anything about technology, in the most simple form, simple examples, and then Sebastian, you jump in. What are some of the great things that we can do with blockchain?
Yeah, let's talk about one of the hottest topics nowadays, which is ransomware. We've seen companies being attacked at their central point, which is their database. With the blockchain technology implemented in the backend, you have a central point and 5 or 7 other points in your organization. Yes. So when you're attacked at the central one, you can recover the information immediately and create a new central node. Long story short, if blockchain would have been implemented in those organizations that are now subject to ransomware, they could be up and running in 1 second with technologies like ours or like other ones, and there's absolutely no threat for them. So instead of just purely looking at Bitcoin as a way of paying for the ransom, we should also look at blockchain as a way to protecting against ransom and to get the maximum out of this technology. So decentralization is a really important thing, and as 90% of the world's data was produced in the last 24 months, we're looking at data as the most valuable asset for most companies or local governments. So I would look at how do we manage to protect that data and how do we manage to obtain the most important currency that it's out there. And today, for me, it's trust. How do we get quantifiable trust? And blockchain is the only zero trust technology that allows you to validate, verify the fact that that information is indeed the real one. So, you know, we've been here since 2015 developing technologies in this space. Again, we faced the ups and downs of crypto, but we were the ones developing blockchain enterprise solutions. So, you know, blockchain is really valuable. We tried not to speak about the backend technology. We tried to speak about the outcomes. And for executives, it becomes really interesting to know that they can protect against ransomware or minimize the losses. They can have data immutability and data integrity, and they can validate that indeed what they have in the database is the real information, and nobody has altered it, internal or external actors.
Sebastian, for anybody in the audience who doesn't know, just to clarify what Mihai said or add to it, what blockchain really does is create a centralized space where people can see who's using, how much they're using, so it creates a more transparent way of a record of information, a centralized record of information. Other examples, Sebastian, where you see a lot of potential for improving society, improving security, which is really the heart of our panel, by using blockchain, which is, of course, the underlying technology of Bitcoin and its other brother and sister cryptocurrencies. Sebastian?
Sure. So I would add here a simple word, which is very important, which is trust. Is what we sell at Tailpath. So trust is the most important thing that comes out of blockchain technologies. Trust without an intermediary, so decentralized trust, and this is the most important thing. Then, or characteristic of blockchain technologies. Then it comes, of course, from this it comes transparency and all of the other good things. So I would have just to add on your previous question. You just mentioned that there's a security threat or a national security threat. Bitcoin is a national security threat, right? You mentioned that earlier. Yeah. That I think is not actually referring to Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies as a medium of extortion or of money laundering or just getting money out through ransomware. But it's a national security threat because it's actually attacking the dollar, and it makes America at least weaker. So this is the national security threat that Bitcoin is posing right now. And
you don't think it's posing the same issue to the euro?
And to all other currencies. So if you look at the shift of powers again, so 60% of the current world currencies is in dollar, 60%, 2%, and it's decreasing heavily. 2% is in Chinese currency, for instance, and it's going up fast. So if you look at that, then you will see why Bitcoin is posing a threat and why cryptocurrencies are a national security threat to US at least. And now coming back to, again, what I've been quiet for quite a while, so I had to add here that you said how governments may embrace it. Well, governments are already embracing blockchain technologies, and I would just mention here Department of Homeland Security in the US, which has even a contest for blockchain applications that may be used in the national security agencies and within their agencies. So that's one example, but there are a lot of branches within the intelligence community that are actively using blockchain and cryptocurrencies as a medium of trust. So it's happening already. It's not a question of Bitcoin is bad, governments are good, let's see how they can fight and watch from the standlines and maybe get rich. No, that's not how it works. So governments are already adopting blockchain for what it's good at, and which is transparency and trust. And governments that will adapt to it will eventually prevail or remain as a powerful government. And
we have just about. Go ahead.
Sure.
Sorry.
I was just wanted to go to present day to the last question, which was regarding the value of blockchain. So I can't here not add what we do, which is ensuring transparency and trust in supply chains. So supply chains rule the world. Everything that we use, eat, wear, you name it, it goes through and comes through a supply chain. And usually within these supply chains, you have a lot of bureaucracy, a lack of interoperability, and a lot of misguided trust or lack of transparency. So blockchain may be used, and it is used actually, to add this layer of trust to supply chains, and this may lead to, and it has a direct effect on saving people's lives. For instance, only in pharmaceutical counterfeiting, there are 1 million people dying each year. I'm not sure if you were aware of that. Or in food safety issues, affect 600 million people each year. So all these things may benefit from this small bit of technology, which is called blockchain. So now I'm up to date.
I know how it works, but can you just explain? So for counterfeit pharmaceuticals, huge problem, as you mentioned, hundreds of thousands of people dying as a result of this. How would blockchain help fight that? I don't think most people understand that. So can you literally walk us through where a pill leaves the factory or leaves the counterfeit factory and makes it to my home here in London? How would blockchain fix that?
So if there would be a system in place that would allow you to check the provenance and the traceability of a certain item, in this particular case, pharmaceutical product, then you could actually check on a blockchain which is immutable, so the data cannot be altered. That's what makes it wonderful. And it's also decentralized, so there's no central point of failure or command. Then you would be able to actually see that what you are getting is true and it's not counterfeit. So it can be done on a package level, on a pill level. It is done actually, at least in the US already, and there are some major efforts into the pharmaceutical industry to add blockchain to these traceability systems.
I was just going to say before I cut you off, Sebastian, that we're about 15 minutes into this 45-minute panel, so just a little over 10 minutes left. And I just want to see if anybody has any questions. So feel free to send them in either online, or if you're there in person, you can see the stage better than I can. Let me know if somebody comes up. So I want to open it up to questions. You see somebody? Let's go there, and then I'll ask the question I have after that. So who's ever there, and however this works, so I can't see, go ahead with your question.
Yeah, thanks. So you talked about both supply chain and the use of blockchain for governments. It can be a good thing, but we're also talking about the use of blockchain by fringe actors in the black market and so forth. It's clear that it's good that the US and other governments are ahead of this technology and embrace it. But then again, we have to accept that it creates enhanced capacity for opposing actors, whether we're talking about terrorism, traffic of drugs, traffic of weapons, things like that. So what would be the strategy, you think, to minimize the risk of the use of blockchain technology by illegal actors, basically? Thanks.
Can you just introduce yourself, your name, and what organization you're with before we go on with the answer?
Michna Flora from the German Marshall Fund. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And Sebastian, let's start with you. I mean, we did talk about this a little bit, but I was thinking, as the gentleman was asking his question, are we glossing over this? I mean, I read the headlines, it's not like we're avoiding it. But Sebastian, is it fair to say that this problem has become worse? That this problem has become easier because of cryptocurrency? I'm not saying that we can't fix it and do the things that you and Mihai have talked about, but has it become worse because of cryptocurrency, Sebastian?
I will have to answer by giving you an example. So I'm not sure if you're aware of the Tor network, the Onion network, the one that is used to access dark web. So if you want to access the dark web, you are actually using a technology that was developed by the US Army in the 70s. So why did they develop that? Because they wanted their intelligence assets or their spies, right, to be able to hide in a crowd. So the easiest way to hide is to stay in a crowded place. So this is what happened with the Tor network. And when they decided to create this, to let this monster into the world, they actually knew that it might come as a side effect that this network would be used for illegal activities. And this network, it is used for illegal activities, right? Dark web, that's why it's dark. But then again,
just like the backdoors that the U.S. intelligence services have exploited for so long become the same backdoors that hackers, etc., nefarious groups use. Yeah.
Sure, but then it makes it traceable. If you think about it, the largest networks in the dark web history were taken down exactly because they were using a technology that is traceable in the end. If a node is traceable, then you can actually get to the bottom of it. So the same with blockchain technologies. There are big companies such as Chainalysis that are investigating all wallets, as Mihai said earlier, and that are tracking very closely these wallets. So long story short, if you're a criminal and want to use crypto for hiding your operations or a terrorist organization, then cash is still the safest way to do it, not cryptocurrencies.
But Mihai, in the short term, just the short term, I'll give you and Sebastian the benefit of the doubt that this is like any technology and people can exploit it at first, but long term, if we do things right, we'll get solutions. But in the short term, is it correct to say that cryptocurrencies have enabled and made it easier for these nefarious groups to do nefarious work in the short term?
Yeah, I think it's it's a fair statement. I could support that, but I'm looking at the clear way of using this technology to stop them. We're working on a very interesting use case now with one of the biggest European countries. And we've seen some crazy things happening in the medical systems where cyber terrorists are deleting from electronic medical records your allergies. So basically, you go in a surgery and you can die in front of a doctor. So we're looking at cyber attacks of these sophistications that can be stopped by implementing blockchain technology over there, because you can do an integrity check and see that this is a fake medical record and the information was altered and it's been reconstructed. So while I'm looking at all the problems that are around cyber terrorism and how cryptocurrencies are fueling their activities, I'm also looking at using wisely this piece of tech to stop them, because they are now getting involved in some really sensitive areas like healthcare with ransomware against hospitals. And on short term, I could agree with what you say, because all the regulators are not properly prepared to monitor this. But I'm also looking at small kind of like fraudulent things, like stealing a Facebook account or an Instagram account, and for that they are asking for $100 worth of Bitcoins. Small things like this, they are facilitated. But if you look at states organized cybercrime or bigger deals, they are never on blockchain networks, because everything can be completely traced. And companies like Chainalysis or some other ones that we work with, they don't have the problem of tracking. They can track even a wallet that goes to 1 million wallets and then is reconstructed again. They have AI tools to track absolutely all of the activities. And 95% of the global wallets are tracked today, and the beneficial owner is known. So I don't think we're looking at a massive threat over here. We're looking from the systemic point of view, where people will start using this even more, and large amounts of money will move from the current banking system to an alternative economic system.
Fight technology with technology.
Yes.
Are there any other questions? Anybody else in the audience who would like to ask a question?
My name is Levin Strauss from Strauss Group. This blockchain technology, can you adapt at a big organization like ours for the integrity of the middle and top management, and providing also a tool of internal security against the leakage of essential information to competition?
Exactly. This is what we've been focusing on in the last years. We have developed exactly a tool like that it works exactly like a camera and a microphone that you put in the room. So everything is tracked, and you have permission models for all of the fields in your database. So all of the changes are possible, but everything is versioned in the version history. And this is a type of infrastructure that is not public, is not on Ethereum, is not on Bitcoin, has nothing to do with that. This is a type of infrastructure that becomes systemic for your organization that has nothing to do with public networks. So public networks are the ones using cryptocurrencies and offer this kind of like global transparency. But when we're looking at the enterprise level, an organization like yours can really implement very fast without building or without a lot of changes, a piece of technology like that. And this is our role to educate most of the executives around not crypto, not public informations, because everybody thinks that if I use a blockchain, my information is public, which is completely false. You can have a type of infrastructure that can be implemented in your organization that is controlled by the organization and by other stakeholders for purely the integrity checks, but this becomes a way to fight the internal attackers or the malicious attackers that are extremely good in modifying information. So we work with government agencies, with intelligence community, and we've developed use cases to ensure that that document is a real document, and you, as the CEO or as the head of your division, are sure that this is indeed the proper document that you want to present or the document that you use to go in a mission. And technologies like this exist, but we are fighting the crypto kind of like news, because every time we talk about enterprise blockchain, crypto comes in place, and yeah, it's a plus or a minus, but you know, there are solutions on the market, I can tell you that.
One more little completion. And the disadvantage are existing?
At this point, no. There were disadvantages before, where an infrastructure like that could mean changing your internal systems, changing your database, changing your engineer, and putting a minimum 10 million worth of technology investment in order to achieve that. Now, all of these technologies are available as a service. Like email was very expensive at the start, and now we use it very simple. So not that many. I could say that a proper setup network or a proper setup infrastructure allows only benefits for the management and allows you to have the proper integrity checks that some people don't even know that can be obtained. Blockchain solves the biggest problem of a centralized database, which means that whoever is the administrator of the database is the owner of the truth. It is just purely impossible with all the forensics, if the logs were properly deleted, to demonstrate on a technical expertise that the information was there. So that's why we developed all of this, we and some other companies in the industry, to allow management to define what is their truth in a zero trust ecosystem.
We have just about 1 minute left, so I want to just pass the microphone back over to Sebastian for 1 second. We heard how Mihai answered the question so eloquently, gives a good argument. What are not every business needs to invest in blockchain right now. I'm sure both of you would agree. But Sebastian, in your view, what would be the businesses that most crucially need to invest in blockchain right now, that it's really important to their livelihood to do it?
Those that really need transparency. And then when I say really need, is that not only by as a statement from the management, but really need to have this truth and this transparency added to their companies. So what we've noticed working with a lot of companies in industries, and is that usually there's a need for transparency, but when it comes to implementing these blockchain technologies, maybe there's some reluctance because there are some gray areas that does not need to be that transparent in the end. So that's a challenge right now. So to answer your question directly, whenever there's a need for trust or for transparency, you should think about adding a blockchain component if it's needed. And that's a big if.
If for anybody who's struggling with understanding blockchain, I always say, think about a Google Doc. If you use Microsoft Word, maybe try Google Docs. If the three of us were working in a Google Doc right now, I start the Google Doc, Mihai can come in and edit it. I can see which changes he's made. Sebastian comes in and edits the document, and then he can go back and see what Samuel wrote, what Mihai wrote, and so there's a record a version history of every way that we've contributed to this. So if you ever want to get your head around it, maybe I should have started off the panel or the next cryptocurrency or blockchain panel this way. Sebastian Cochinescu, founder and CEO of Tailpath, and Mihai Ivashku, CEO of Modex. I really want to thank you. It's been a really great discussion, and I hope that people realize blockchain is here to stay one way or another. So I really believe what both of you have said is really correct, that we're going to have to embrace it like every other technology. Like you mentioned, Mihai, from email on down, it's going to be at this point how governments and businesses embrace it, and that will determine the speed at which we can get our heads and our hands around it. Thank you to both of you, and thank you to everybody at the forum for letting us be here to discuss this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Cheers.
much.
A very warm welcome back, actually. A very good morning to those joining us in the United States and Washington, and a very good afternoon to the ones that are joining us here in Bucharest and all over Europe. My name is Andrew Robel, and I am the founding partner of Emerging Europe. It's a London-based intelligence, news, and community platform focused on 23 countries of Central and Eastern Europe. This is the second panel for me today, and the second panel will be focused on the NATO 2030 initiative, preparing for the security challenges of tomorrow. I have one guest here with me in Bucharest. This is Thomas Zilberhorn. I'm trying to pronounce it correctly, and the Parliamentary State Secretary to the Federal Minister of Defense in Germany. We're also joined by two speakers joining us virtually, and this is Benedetta Berti Alberti, Head of Policy Planning at NATO, and Daniel Hamilton, Director Global Europe Program and Austrian Marshall Plan Foundation, Distinguished Fellow, Wilson Center. Thank you for joining us today. Just checking if you can hear us. Can you hear us? Bernadetta, Daniel? Okay, we don't hear you, but hopefully you can hear us for now. Okay, so we're going to look at NATO and its history, sort of, to some extent. The last 70 years have proven that the organization has been able to adapt to a lot of different changes and challenges and circumstances. And this morning I had a very interesting panel discussion with some government representatives from Romania, from Ukraine, from Georgia, from North Macedonia, and we were looking at the recent developments. And one of the recent developments, obviously, was the plane case in Belarus, so downing the plane. And we were talking about how to actually prepare for things like that and for things that are completely unpredictable. And this is actually something I would like to start this panel discussion with, because this will lead us to the discussion about the NATO 2030 initiative. So I'll start with the minister here, and I would like to ask you, how should we as NATO basically or the countries that belong to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization be prepared and respond to challenges or issues just like the one in Belarus less than 2 weeks ago?
Well, this case makes it crystal clear for all of us that we have to stand together as NATO allies. NATO remains a cornerstone for our security in Europe. And I'm glad to be here now in Bucharest, because geography matters in foreign and security policy. For me, for the German government, it's important to be present in the Black Sea region as well, to be visible and to listen what the perception of threats here in the region is, because the threats imposed by Russia to its neighboring countries, to its own citizens, are much closer here. For example, in Romania, in the Black Sea region, in neighboring countries, than it might be felt in the western parts of NATO and the European Union. So it's key to get the original analysis from our partners in the Black Sea region, and it's equally important to send a clear message that we are willing and prepared to stand together as German government, as NATO ally in this Black Sea region.
Thank you very much for that answer. I'll start our round of answers from virtual speakers with Bernadetta. How do you think we should get prepared for this unexpected? And what does that mean? I mean, what is unexpected? How to define that?
Thank you, and I think that is an incredibly important question, of course. And I think that I would just like to echo what the main point made before, that it is extremely hard to prepare and predict the future. And one thing that we know, if we look at the next decade ahead, is that we have an ever more complex security environment. So the type of challenges that we will face will be diffuse, will be complex, will be multiple. And so I think it's incredibly important to know that yes, we may not be able to predict the future and know exactly what the next main security threat will be, but what we do know is that we are going to be in a much better position to tackle it if we do it together. And that's again a case as to why, to reiterate the point, that's why having NATO as an alliance, NATO as a platform, remains the cornerstone of our security and defense, and it remains tremendously important. And you can use this example as a test case. What do we need in times of crisis? What do we need when our security is affected? We need to have a platform like we have today in NATO, when all our countries, North America and Europe, can come together. It is the only place where North America and Europe come together every day to discuss our shared security and defense. So we need a platform so we can exchange information, so we can all have the facts readily, quickly, exchange intelligence, then we can consult, and then we can coordinate, and we can forge a common approach so that our response will be more united, more cohesive, and ultimately stronger. And that's why we have these two very much intertwined pillars of NATO. It is a political and a military alliance. And that's why it's so important to preserve these two pillars and make sure that they remain equally strong. And that's very much what we are doing with NATO 2030 and with the decisions that leaders will take at the summit. And I'm sure there'll be a chance to talk about that.
Yeah,
so,
we're going to continue discussing that as well in a little bit. But I wanted to go to Daniel first and ask him about his view on this, unexpected, being prepared for the unexpected.
Thank you. Well, first, let me thank colleagues at Aspen Romania. I used to work in the Aspen family at the Aspen Institute in the divided city of Berlin during the Cold War. So I feel part of the Aspen family, and I'm glad that you are undertaking this. This particular incident, I think there's an immediate question, which is what's NATO's role here? And I think one needs to be cautious about overreacting or leading with NATO to such an incident, no matter how horrific it is, because you don't want to give Lukashenko or Putin a pretext for saying this is defensive in nature and that somehow they're acting because of some, threat that doesn't exist from NATO. So I think one needs to be cautious. We have many tools, and I think the response so far has been that the nations that comprise NATO act as they see fit, including the EU, and I think that's been a more appropriate response than always having to lead with a military alliance on an incident like this. But the incident reflects, in my view, a broader challenge that we face today, related to what Benedetta just said, that if you think about security challenges in today's world and what keeps our open societies going and flowing, all of the things that keep us bound together, keep the lights on, keep people moving through space, on ground, those are all susceptible today to disruption. We see that across the board, all sorts of efforts to disrupt our lives, whether it's cyber attacks or hijacking of airplanes, threats to the global commons. And that's a whole area of security that NATO, until now, in my view, has started to take on, but needs to now be much more focused. And I'll come back to that later, certainly. But I think that's really what this opens our eyes to, the kind of security challenges we have to think about much harder than maybe we have in the past.
In the morning, one of the voices, and it was actually echoed here, was that there is need for this unity among NATO members and also the neighbor or partners, if we call them, such as Ukraine or Georgia, who participated in that panel this morning. And I would like to ask all of you how you sort of understand, what does that mean? How can we be united, and how can that be translated into actions, actually? And it's an open question, so I don't know, Minister, if you want to take it first.
Well, in Germany, we already experienced attacks, for example, cyber attacks on the network of the German parliament. We've been involved in the Navalny case because we were able to help. Partners made similar experiences in Great Britain, for example. In Romania, you are much closer to Russia as a neighboring country in the Black Sea region. The Baltic countries are highly affected. And this variety of provocations from Russian side send a clear message. We do it because we can. And the intention, the underlying intention, of course, is to divide the West, to influence our societies. And that's why one clear response we have to find is really to strengthen the resilience of our societies. And I see a new opportunity to raise and strengthen the awareness of our citizens with respect to those attacks from Russia, also from China, from systemic rivals. And these underlying intentions are materialized in concrete activities and operations from Russian side. And yes, we cannot expect attacks, future attacks, or predict them, but we should not be surprised. We should be prepared, and we need standing procedures for consultation, but also for finding clear responses, if needed, bold responses. To some extent, Russia makes it easy for us to unite ourselves and to stand together. We should use this opportunity. Within NATO, we have a new process of adapting our strategy to new threats, to hybrid attacks, to challenges from the cyber and space domain, to new technologies. So there is a lot to do. We have to be prepared in a way that we are contributing to strengthen our efforts, to contribute in cash and in capabilities. And we should add this by regional cooperation, for example, among neighboring countries in the Baltic and region or in the Black Sea region. But we should also not neglect our bilateral relations. To give you two examples, parts of the Romanian army are affiliated to the German Rapid Force Division. Or we will start later on this month an exercise in air policing together with Great Britain here in Romania. We are already engaged in air policing in the Baltic Sea region, and we will now make a visible contribution to air policing here in Romania as well.
Thank you very much for that. Benedetta and Daniel, what's your take on that unity within NATO and partners?
I would, as a segue, I will first of all completely agree what has been said so far, and say that we really need to look at how to best utilize NATO to its best to make sure that that allies can remain united. And of course, part of that unity looks very. There's many different manifestations of that unity. That unity is when we speak with one voice to call out violations that undermine our security. I mean, the case of course, the forced landing recently in Belarus is a good example, because allies came together, agreed a strong political statement in which they strongly condemned the forced landing by Belarus. They called for the release of Roman Protasevich and his companion. They called for a fair and impartial investigation, included in the International Civil Aviation Organization. So there was a political reaction first and foremost. And of course, I think going forward in a world where the rule-based international order is increasingly more under pressure, it will remain incredibly important for allies to speak with one voice when rules are violated and when their interests are affected. But it's not just about speaking with one voice, it's also about doing more together to be prepared. And that's, of course, piggybacking on what Dan Hamilton mentioned, that it's part and parcel of that adaptation is looking at security in a broader way. And that's why we're stepping up our response in cyber domain to counter hybrid threats. And very, very importantly, that's why we're putting resilience at the very center of our debate, because one of the ways through which we push back against potential adversaries that are really trying to use all the tools in their toolbox, military, political, economic, to threaten us, one way to push back against them is, of course, to build the resilience of our society so that we are less vulnerable to those attacks, and so that it is much more difficult for them to perpetrate this type of attacks below the threshold. So there's many different ways through which we need to be united and prepared, from the political to the much more operational, and I think all are important.
All right, thank you very much. Daniel, what's your opinion here?
Well, these kinds of incidents are, all threats that are below the threshold of NATO's Article 5, the collective defense provision. So it's a difficult task sometimes for the alliance to understand, what exactly to do, especially since some of these are not happening on alliance territory. They're happening to partners or other countries. So back to, I think both the minister and Benedetta have said the word that I have been arguing for a long time, that we need to lift now, resilience. We need to make that not only an operational concept, we need to make it a new core task for NATO. It should be elevated alongside the other core tasks because it encompasses this whole other space that the others do not. And in fact, the more resilient we are, the better we'll be at those other core tasks as well. For instance, cooperative security, talking about dealing with NATO's partners, such as Ukraine or Georgia. My concern is that so far NATO's efforts on resilience have been what I call static. It's a static understanding of resilience, which is, let's just protect allies. And NATO has these baseline requirements it has established in infrastructure and other things under Article 3 of the North Atlantic Treaty, which is sort of the self-help provision. Every country should show it can protect itself first. But think about Europe today. Think about all the interconnections European countries have. It's very hard to understand how one country could think it's resilient if its neighbor is not. And so we have to think about shared resilience. We have to not only show each country alone can be resilient, but how it is working with its allied partners and partners across the alliance divide to make sure together we are resilient. The minister was talking about regional efforts. This has to be thought about in that way as well. And I think the other concept I've been trying to push forward is that we should think about what I call forward resilience. We should be able to project resilience forward beyond NATO territory to partner countries along the periphery of the alliance who are, whose weakness or fragility could ripple back into and cause threats to NATO itself. So take Ukraine. Ukraine is being used as a laboratory by Russian actors for all sorts of things. If it works in Kiev, they take it on the road. The solar winds attack in the United States, would shut down lots of things, the ransomware, implanting and infrastructure, was first tried as a NotPetya attack in Ukraine. So we are totally linked here. And so it seems to me the alliance should think about how to make this concept of forward resilience operational. Let's have resilience teams who could work with our Ukrainian partners to help them become a more resilient society as well. It's a dimension of security that's really, really quite critical right now, and yet we haven't fully fleshed out that approach. So I think we can do more, but I think we have to, establish this as sort of the basic principle by which we would operate.
I'd like to actually pick up on what you just said. And, again, during the discussion this morning, we were talking about we had a remark from the representative of North Macedonia, who said that since the country joined NATO, they have felt more safer, basically. So I would like to ask you, all of you, about this less static resilience towards partner countries as well, and how should we develop that? What should we include in that area? And again, an open question: who would like to take it?
Well, I would say resilience is a response to the systemic rivalry we already have to Russia and to China. And that's why it's important to get a 360-degree approach in foreign and security policy. Yes, NATO is a regional organization and will remain a regional organization, but we have to reach out as well to democracies around the globe, sharing our values. Those countries, from Japan to Australia, South Korea, New Zealand, you name, are partners sharing with us democracy, freedom, rule of law. And that's why we have to partner with those sharing our Western values. And this perspective of a global understanding of threats we are opposed to, I think is crucial for better networking of NATO, of European Union. Both will remain the cornerstones of our security in Europe, but at the same time, I think we have to reach out, and in doing so, I think we will gain relevance as Europeans, also for our transatlantic partners.
Yeah, but when I'm talking about partners, I'm also referring those nearby, like in the Black Sea area. So I'm also talking about Ukraine. I'm also talking about Georgia. And from what I understood from the Ukrainian representative today and the Georgian representatives today was that they are NATO's partners, but they still feel maybe less safe than North Macedonia. So how should NATO, do you think, address this issue? Again, an open question.
Maybe I will follow up just to go back. First of all, to completely agree on the point that, of course, NATO is and remains an alliance for North America and Europe, and that's not going to change. But of course, and I completely agree with the premise, in order for us to continue to fulfill our mission, which remains the same, remains ensuring the defense and security of the Euro-Atlantic area, we simply cannot afford not to have a global perspective and to have an understanding of global threats. But I would say even more than that, and I very much agree with the Minister, a global network. And that's why investment in our partnerships near and far is so important. And here I really would like to say that, to me, this is not a trade-off. When NATO is saying, when the Secretary General is saying, when allies are looking at concretely how to strengthen partnership with like-minded countries and organizations, there is a clear logic for this. And that's the logic, of course, that we are in a more competitive world. There is a systemic competition. It is incredibly important for allies to stand united together, but with other democracies, and to stand tall for their values and interests. And that requires working with partners. And that, of course, requires looking at Asia Pacific, at our partners like Australia, Japan, South Korea, New Zealand, but that is not to the detriment. It's not a trade-off. NATO is not losing its interest in its immediate neighborhood. It's not diminishing in any shape or form its support and its partnership with Georgia, Ukraine, or other aspirant countries. It is mutually reinforcing. We really want to have a interest-driven approach to a partnership, and that means investing both in partnership near and far. So I would urge to see it as adding and in deepening, not shifting or pivoting. That's not what this is about. And then, of course, there is a clear. It is true that there is a difference in NATO between allies and partners. That's a treaty bound difference, of course, and that's mostly, and of course it revolves around Article 5, around other among other issues. But it does not mean that NATO is in any shape or form not investing strongly in political dialogue and practical cooperation with its immediate neighborhood. So I think that's important to state. A more global approach does not mean changing the strong focus on the neighborhood.
But wouldn't this focus be? I'll come back to you, Daniel, in a second. But wouldn't this focus be important if we said that Ukraine, for example, seems to be a lab for Russia, that is, that where some of the things later deployed elsewhere are actually tested in countries like Ukraine?
If it's to me, I will simply agree with you and say that that's why it's incredibly important, I think, and this is not just a matter, of course, and an issue of cooperation between NATO as an alliance and Ukraine. There's also a lot of very strong bilateral cooperation between our allies and Ukraine, and that, when you put it all together, I think it sends a very clear signal of support, spanning from the political to the trade to the more practical cooperation. And I think that's very much part and parcel of an understanding that stability and security in our neighborhood is incredibly important to the security and stability of our own allies as well. And that, of course, there is strong support in the democratic, in the Euro-Atlantic aspirations of our immediate neighborhood from our allied countries. So I don't think there is anybody who would disagree that this is an incredibly important relationship.
All right, thank you, Daniel. I'll come back to you right now, and we would like to hear your thoughts on that.
Right. Well, Thomas talked about great power competition in this context, and much of the discussion is focused on competition among states of great power. But I think in this context, it's becoming clear that this competition is extending beyond traditional measures of power. It centers increasingly on forms of governance. Adversaries, big and small, are selling autocracy as efficient. They tout their systems, and they use a broad array of tools to amplify the seams and gaps within democracies to undermine our own confidence. And if they can't do that successfully, they use diplomatic and other means of coercion. They support illiberal democracies. And other countries are beginning to follow that model. So that puts not only resilience, but democratic resilience at the heart of a new international system and the kind of competition we're facing. It's a very fundamental issue for the next few decades, and NATO is going to have to focus on it. So if we integrate democratic resilience more fully into NATO's mission, we have to think about what that would mean. And that also affects our partners, the countries you mentioned. If we have to be more honest with each other. All of us have been facing assaults on our democratic foundations and principles. I would say the United States probably in the lead in terms of that challenge. So this is not me pointing fingers anywhere. Yeah. And if we lose attention to NATO's core values, the basic foundation that we are an alliance of democracies, and that we are the strength of democracy elsewhere is also important to us. That's really fundamental to the entire alliance. We have to lift that premise. We sometimes tend to ignore it or to downplay it, but it's really becoming a strategic in terms of a fundamental point for NATO. And because, some allies are manipulating information and distorting data themselves. They're engaging in cyber attacks on their own allies. We have problems within NATO of democratic processes and the rule of law. We have to, you know, these points of disunity within alliance are really quite strategic and important that we address it. Our internal fractures might be as important as those external threats. That's why building up societal resilience, as Benedetta said, kind of democratic resilience, this is really, really quite important these days. And that's why I argue that we have to lift the term resilience, not only in democratic resilience or the other things I mentioned, but as a comprehensive approach, as a spectrum of challenges that we're facing.
All right, thank you. You wanted to add,
may I
sure.
add to this, because I think the Ukraine is most instructive in this context. Of course, the perception of Russian neighboring countries might be what Russia does in the Ukraine could be done in each other neighboring country as well. Maybe this is an intended signal from Russia to its neighboring countries. But at the same time, it's much more complicated. My impression is that the Ukraine is really felt as a risk by Moscow, because if democracy is possible in the Ukraine with 44 million people, there is no reason why democracy should not be possible in Russia. So I'm convinced it's felt as a threat for the own political system, and that's why Russia is doing what it does, and we should take it as encouragement, because the Ukrainian people shows a level of resilience that is an example for NATO allies as well and for the European Union.
But there's also Georgia and there's also Moldova, and you know these countries are slightly in a slightly different situation. I would like to invite everyone to ask questions. I'll be happy to invite the speakers to answer them. So if you have any questions, there's a question here. Can we get a mic, please? Here in the first row. Could you introduce yourself and to the audience, please, and ask the question?
Kim Dozier with Time Magazine, and I'm a CNN analyst. So we spend a lot of time talking about if Russia does this, then what would NATO do? So to all of the panelists, one of the big points of discussions back in DC is if Russian troops come to the Ukrainian border again and go into Ukrainian territory, would NATO, led by Washington, respond with troops? Would it do something to get those troops out, those Russian troops? Because so far, sanctions have not served to change Russia's behavior as far as we in the media can tell. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to take that question? Minister, would you?
Well, it's a hard question, and a lot depends on the strategy of the US administration. I'm not sure whether NATO would be the forum for a united response of the West. It could be, but not necessarily. The European Union would be affected as well, entirely. And indeed, it's a question of how to react, and the perception of threats emanating from Russia is quite different in Europe, as you know. That's why it's so important to be aware and of this fact and to gain a common threat analysis and to find united responses. For Germany, things are even more sensitive because of our history. So to get involved into direct conflicts with Russia is a different issue for Germany than for other NATO allies. And I think in the European Union we elaborated a quite useful strategy how to react in concrete terms when it comes to operations. This term of coalition of the willing in the end is also exercised by NATO when it comes to international crisis management. So I think all the relevant and necessary instruments are on the table, and it's not up to us to predict what could be done, but we should prepare it in a way that we are elaborating a common threat analysis and a step-by-step approach how to respond, united and, if needed, in a bold way.
Thank you very much. Our virtual guests, would you like to take that as well? Benedetta, Daniel?
I won't say much that is different from what has just been said, in the sense that it's a very complex question. There cannot be a yes or no answer to there's a number of political decisions, and of course the context matters. So it's unfortunately not a yes or no question. But I think what I could point out to is that the fact that the question is raised, and it goes very well into a broader pattern of destabilizing behavior that we have seen from Russia in recent years. And here I can't give a clear answer, in the sense that it is absolutely clear from a NATO perspective that NATO has needed to undertake a very important adaptation to respond to this change in our security environment, based on our policy, which remains very much one based on strong deterrence and defense and meaningful and openness to meaningful dialogue. But at the same time, I would be remiss if I didn't point out that since 2014, the NATO alliance has really implemented the largest reinforcement of our collective defense in a generation, resetting our ability to be credible, to be strong, to have a strong and credible defense and deterrence. And of course, that's also driven by the fact that we see a neighborhood that is increasingly more complex and unstable. And part of this is also because of Russia's pattern of destabilizing behavior. So as an alliance, we are prepared, we are boosting the readiness of our troops, we are increasing our ability to reinforce, and all of this, of course, is part of our defense and deterrence posture. So this is not a direct answer to the question, but is more to put in perspective to the fact that we are very much aware of the pattern of behavior that has been identified, and we are preparing very seriously. And then, of course, more related to what happens not within the territory of the alliance, but with our partners, NATO maintains a higher level of vigilance and monitors the situation continuously, so that if a crisis were to erupt, as the minister says, NATO can be a platform for that discussion to occur. Discussions occurring at NATO doesn't necessarily always mean that NATO will be the first tool of response. Oftentimes, we use NATO to coordinate other tools. So allies come to NATO to discuss together and then coordinate the use of their own policy toolkit on the military, on the non-military, on the diplomatic, on the economic side. So it is very much a question of using NATO as a platform, and we cannot predetermine responses, of course.
Thank you very much. And Daniel, how would you answer this question?
Well, I would just say, it's, I understand the impulse of the question. You want an answer in a case like that. But deterrence, the premise of deterrence sometimes is that you don't want your adversary to know what you would do. So there's not always a clear answer, nor should you have one. I can only point to what has happened. Our questioner Kim's mentioned sanctions not working, but think about the situation in Europe today versus 2014. As Benedetta said, it was a wake-up call for NATO. Mr. Putin's message at that time was, well, hard power actually does matter still. You can actually change borders by force in Europe today. These were things that in much of Europe, I think, had been sort of, forgotten. We were living in a 30-year post-Cold War period where some of these premises weren't being questioned anymore. Well, Mr. Putin questioned most of them. So what has been the response? You have this huge buildup back of NATO. You have the U.S. really supporting NATO in terms of funding, quadrupling U.S. funding commitments to NATO. Really an amazing turnaround. that's part of our challenge to our European allies is we have boosted our funding hugely, and we're looking for the others to do the same. But you have German troops in the Baltic states these days, welcomed by the Baltic states. This is historically, you know, an amazing thing. You have a new focus on the Black Sea as a strategic theater. We have all sorts of things happening now that never would have happened if Mr. Putin hadn't, you know, annexed Crimea and charged into the Donbass. So the sanctions are only one piece of the picture. It's an unfortunate picture. It's not one that we would want, but the response has been robust across the board. We're in a very different situation than we were before he took those actions.
Thanks for that. I still invite you to ask additional questions. In the meantime, I would like to look inside NATO a little bit, or you know, the countries and the organization itself. We have been talking about the initiative as well, 2030 initiative, and I would like to some extent pick up on the points that Daniel made about, you know, these differences between NATO members and the challenges that that area might pose in the future. How does the initiative, you know, respond to that? How do we want to make sure that NATO is actually, you know, united within the organization as well? And again, an open question. Whoever would like to take that first?
I think we already did a lot in recent years. The NATO Response Force, NATO Readiness Initiative gave us the opportunity really to strengthen our contributions. I already mentioned, I'm not sure whether I already mentioned the joint
yes.
Support and Enabling Command that has been established in Germany. We are part of the multinational core in Stettin, and we will also participate in the multinational division here in Romania. So these are very concrete, visible steps in order not only to improve our coordination and analysis, but also to improve the interoperability of our armies. So this is emphasized, underlined by very concrete operations and visible steps, which is important for our partner countries, from the Baltic Sea, Baltic region to the Black Sea region. But it's also important for our audience and public in Germany to send this signal, what it means to stand together as NATO allies. It's not only an eventuality in the case of need. We need an everyday cooperation which is exercised by our army, which can be seen and understood by our public.
But I'm also referring to the issues that Daniel mentioned at some point. For example, the issues related to, you know, the rule of law, for example, within, you know, NATO countries. I'm talking about the activities, you know, sort of started by one member, NATO member, sort of against the, you know, another NATO member. How to make sure that these are dealt with in the right way.
Maybe I'll try to take this one, and I think first of all we have to start with an important premise. I think, and the premise is that differences of views between allies in an alliance of 30 democracies, it's unavoidable. It has always been part and parcel of how NATO has operated. And if you look at the history of NATO over the last 70 years, you will find different moments in history, from the 1956 Suez Crisis onto the 2003 American operation in Iraq. You will find moments in which it was absolutely obvious that different allies had different perceptions, different prioritization, different analysis, and that led to political disagreements. I'm going to be, my opinion is that that's never going to go away. That's always going to continue, and that comes with the territory of being an alliance of 30 democracies. We'll never be seen eye to eye on everything. The question is, can when these differences arise, can we find a constructive way forward? If there are bilateral differences that affect our security between our alliance, can we discuss them in NATO? Can we forge a better understanding and come to a compromise, to a solution? Our history shows us that yes, every single time that this has happened, we have found a way forward. I don't particularly see any reason why we shouldn't going forward. To the contrary, I think that if you look at the strategic environment and you look at the shifting global balance of power, and you look at how we see Russia and China at the forefront of an authoritarian pushback against the rules-based international order, I think these are all very, and on top of that, you add a number of other global challenges we're facing, and more sophisticated terrorism, more complex cyber threats, more attacks in the hybrid domain. You put them all together and you have a very strong case as to why, even though we're going to continue as allies to not always see eye to eye, it will continue to remain in our utmost interest to cooperate together, because we cannot face these challenges alone. It's just not going to be possible. No country or continent, for that matter, can deal with the systemic challenges alone. So the answer is yes, we are going to continue to have differences. Yes, we're going to continue to use NATO to discuss those differences because we're also a political alliance. Some of those conversations are going to be easier, some are going to be harder, but we come together at the table as allies. So we come together at the table with the view that we want to solve our differences. And it's not always easy, but the alternative, an alternative where you don't have a forum like NATO to air those differences, it's a much worse alternative for everyone, because it's a place where you don't have that space for frank discussions. So there is no magic magic solution to wish away the fact that 30 sovereign countries have at time differences. But I think we have the tools to solve it through NATO. So I wouldn't. So that's my answer to say yes. It's important. Consensus is absolutely key, and it's one of our core functions to build consensus. But this is something we have done throughout our history, and it's not a new issue for NATO to have to solve or find compromise between different views. That's part and parcel of how we work.
Thank you very much for that, Daniel. Would you like to add something here?
Yeah, sometimes I deal with people who wonder, why is NATO still around? Didn't the Soviet Union disappear? What's it about? And I think that ignores that NATO has always had more goals and tasks than just the Cold War, confronting the Soviet Union. At the beginning of NATO, if you remember, much of it was about managing relations among the allies themselves. After 2 world wars, the idea that Europeans would join together in collective defense was a radical thought. And the alliance provided a framework by which Europeans could look back to each other after those traumas and build their security together. That's been the premise of NATO. It's a mechanism by which allies who disagree on many things can find a way to manage their differences. We shouldn't ever underestimate that function of the alliance, because it becomes really important. I would submit we would have had a few other wars in in Europe over the last few decades if there hadn't been NATO helping to manage those relationships. Think about the Eastern Mediterranean, for an example. But I think the question you're posing goes back to my point about going forward. NATO's preamble commits allies to uphold basic principles of democracy. Article 2 of the alliance commits allies to strengthening free institutions. I think we need to, go back to that as a foundational element of the alliance going forward. Affirming our vows, if you will, that those are actually what we are committed to, and then operationalizing that in the ways that I've already discussed in terms of democratic resilience. There are and we need to give NATO some tools by which to do that. There's no real, mechanisms within NATO to sort of focus on these things in a real way. And I think we can, if you do a strategic concept review over the next year, one could use that frame, that discussion, to talk about what NATO itself could do to support principles of democratic principles, democratic resilience, resilience per se. You know, the Assistant Secretary General of NATO for Political Affairs, for instance, could have more of a role in overseeing some type of democratic resilience review mechanism. There are proposals for a Center for Democratic Resilience that are about in NATO headquarters. I want to commend Romania for standing up a Euro-Atlantic Center now on resilience that to which EU and NATO countries could participate. So I think this is the beginning of a new chapter of the alliance in which we think about these broader security threats that are not just cyber attacks, and so on, but it's about our internal fragility. And that internal weakness might be just as important as these external threats. And if I forgot on the point that we mentioned about North Macedonia and our other partners, I think we should be also very clear that corruption, kleptocracy, state capture, all of these kinds of challenges are also existential security threats that encompass many countries within Europe and beyond. And so many of these countries, they're facing internal challenges to their own democratic stability. If you think about money laundering, you think about elites that are abusing institutions in the Western Balkans, this makes it, difficult for NATO to take countries further along the path to membership. So we need to focus on that as well. That's not necessarily where NATO is the lead, but it's really important to stability in Europe. And it encompasses our friends in Ukraine, Georgia, and the Western Balkans.
Thanks a lot for that. And towards the end of this session, because we have less than 10 minutes remaining right now, I would like to again circle back to one of the things that have been brought up already, and this is this involvement of citizens. And if we look at the initiative, there's also the private sector. How would that work? How do you think that is relevant, that is important, and how could that be implemented in practice, involving this, like I said, private sector, individuals, citizens in creating this resilience going forward? And again, an open question. Minister?
Well, I think the benefits we can see in Romania, for example, of European integration is a good example for what is needed. And to some extent, this might be a generational task. Mm-hmm. You cannot impose values to a society. It has to grow inside the society. And in order to gain domestic stability, in order to avoid fragility in a democratic society, indeed, this requires some new thinking, and this can influenced and can be enhanced by European integration, by NATO unity and integration. And I think we have some quite good examples, and Romania is a good example in this context. So I'm quite confident. I see an opportunity in this task to strengthen our resilience, because this systemic rivalry we are confronted with automatically leads to a reassurance of our core values as liberal Democrats. And this reassurance, of course, requires some concrete responses. And in this context, I think we are on a good way to strengthen resilience in a much better way than this has been the case in decades of European and NATO cooperation, because there is a growing awareness of security issues far beyond the security expert community. For decades, security affairs have been a matter for experts. Now it's an everyday topic, because everybody who has a smartphone in his pocket can see and feel what security threats mean for our society, for oneself. And let's take this opportunity to gain a broader soil for security discussions, really to include bigger parts of our societies, and then I think we are in a good way to strengthen resilience.
And how can we actually make everyone understand that they are also a stakeholder here, that they can do something about this security, and they can help organizations such as NATO kind of be more resilient, be more prepared for anything that might happen in the future? And
I give you a very small examples. In the German army, we have social media guidelines for 2 years. Before, it was not clear, can soldiers use social media in their capacity as soldier? Yes, it's a private account, but can they argue in political discussions? Yes, they can. We have social media guidelines. Each soldier, each member of our army is part of our communication.
Mm-hmm.
So our communication is not restrained to press releases from the ministry. Each soldier is part of resilience in our society. And I think this is a quite good example. And to develop this understanding that everybody of us really matters. It's a basic democratic approach to resilience. I think this is the opportunity we should use.
Thank you very much, Minister. Benedetta, Daniel.
I can only agree, and I can say that part of some of the response also has to do with us as those who are involved in security and defense, really invest in broadening our approach to security. This is something that as NATO has been happening in recent years. For example, we are now very much investing in stepping up our response to climate change and its impact on security. This is an issue that is hugely consequential, that is hugely important to our citizens, and as a security organization, we also have a responsibility to step up the work we do when it comes to climate change and security. We are stepping up work on addressing disinformation. We are really investing in resilience. We are preserving our technological edge and investing in emerging and disruptive technologies at the center of our agenda. So part of the transformation is also for us to really broaden the way we think about security. And once we do that, which I think is very much at the core of NATO 2030, once we do that, the relationship with a broader set of stakeholders are going to come and are going to be deepened. And just a small example here of the increased work that we're doing when it comes to technological innovation. That's incredibly important. It's incredibly key to our deterrence and defense and our ability to be successful. And to do it well, we need to engage much more, and we are, with the private sector, with the non-traditional defense companies, with the tech companies. So it's part of the process is also, as we broaden what we do when it comes to security, we need to engage more with the broader society, and that's very much something that you can see organically happening at NATO. We have much more through our work on human security and women, peace and security. We have regular engagement with civil society through our work on countering disinformation. We are much more working with local organizations. So it is happening, and I think it's a very important trend, because ultimately we need to be representative of our societies. Thank you very much. Daniel?
Just briefly, I agree with what Thomas and Benedetta said. I just want your one point about the private sector. If you think about the critical infrastructures that bind us together again across societies, most of this is owned by the private sector. So if we want to be resilient, if we want to build in, resilient ways of dealing with these security threats, we have to engage the private sector now as a partner and understanding how this will work. If adversaries can implant malware in our power supplies, in our computer systems, in our energy flows, we have to have a robust conversation with the private sector about what this really means. And I don't believe until now, if I may say, that we've done that particularly well. It's hard because private sector is being driven by other considerations. So I think, again, the next agenda should be how to engage our private sector that owns most of this stuff in these kinds of conversations, either country by country, or a NATO context, or NATO or EU. It's interesting to me, for all the talk about so-called strategic autonomy and all of this stuff, the leading area of NATO-EU cooperation is resilience. That's the leading area where the two organizations are actually working together. And since the EU has much of the civilian infrastructure in its remit, we should work with NATO, EU. Frankly, there should be a US-EU dialogue on this type of issue as well. We need to make if I could conclude on that, a different point, the US-EU relationship is the other partnership we have, but it's not strategic. We've never made it a strategic partnership in reality. I'm just going to put this forward because I'm not representing government. I think we should have a similar clause to the US-EU relationship like we have in NATO, but respecting the difference. And what I have called a transatlantic solidarity pledge. That is not Article 5, it's not a treaty-based commitment, but it is a political pledge, much like the EU has among its own members, the solidarity clause, that we will not remain passive if the other side is subjected to a catastrophic type of disruptive attack that we've been talking about. We will not remain passive. I think that would anchor the US-EU relationship in a new way and give it some focus in this area. I realize that's not, what the government may be wanting to do, but in terms of provoking why we need to think more seriously about that, perhaps think about something like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, as I started this panel discussion by saying that NATO has been adapting to different circumstances, different challenges, and it seems that our discussion here has proven, that, but also the initiative that has been put forward proves that there is still things that have to be addressed. And yet, perhaps there are things that are beyond that initiative that need to be addressed. Thank you very much for this discussion. I hope you enjoyed the session and have gotten a few takeaways from that as well. Thank you very much.